Hello, friends. It's Thursday. What are you up to? What are you doing? I have my coffee and I'm ready to read. So today I'm actually going to be starting a new book right here on Sprints. I haven't even opened it yet. I finished my other book earlier this morning and I'm going to be diving into The Air by Ava Rani. I read the first book in this series over the weekend. If you haven't seen my weekend reading vlog, it just went up a couple days ago. Well, actually, went up yesterday. So if you haven't seen my weekend reading vlog, you can see me falling in love with this series. And obviously, I loved it so much that I am diving into the sequel like immediately. So that's my plan for today, is really just to sit here and read as much of this as possible. I'm sure I will have to go do, family stuff upstairs at some point. But like, other than that, that's my plan. We're supposed to get a snowstorm later with the potential of freezing rain. So if I do lose power, we will not be here for 8 hours. But my plan is to be here for 8 hours. We're going to just cross all our fingers and toes, knock on all the wood, that I don't lose the power. It hasn't started yet. It's not supposed to start for, I think, another like 3 or 4 hours. So we'll be good for a while. We'll hope it just stays good. It's like we're under a weather advisory, but like also if you look at the weather for my area, it doesn't look that bad. So I'm not sure. They're kind of like putting the entire province in the same weather advisory. And I'm like, well, that's a big landmass. We're all not going to get the exact same weather. So I'm just hoping it's not going to be that bad here. But like, that could just be wishful thinking. Like, who knows? Who knows what we're going to get? But that's my plans. Coffee, reading, hopefully keeping on my power. Hi, Kelly. Happy Thursday. Reading All Her Fault. Hi, Jess. Hi, Millie. Reading Leather and Lark today. Sprint hopping between here and Donna's sprint. Sounds good. Hi, Hillary. It's a snow day for me, and I'm excited to join. I'm so glad you could be here. I noticed the other day we were going to get a storm on the weekend, and I was talking in Patreon sprints about us getting a storm, and like everybody was getting a storm. It was just like a really stormy day. So like you have a snow day. I'm about to get snow. Is it another just like across the board stormy day? Reading The Stone Sky. This is part of the 5th season, I believe. I have yet to start this series, and I really do need to at some point. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Alex. Had a rough night. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Probably going to split my time between reading Heaven's Official Blessings and doing something artsy. Hi, Meg. Hi, Cora. Hi, Katie. How are you? Jen is here reading Morning Star, the 3rd book in Red Rising. This is also a series I need to continue. Realistically, I probably need to go back and read Red Rising at this point. It has been so long since I read the first book. I'm going to need to go back and get back on that. Hi, Essie. How are you? Abs is here reading Private Rights. Sammy, happy Thursday. Starting with a cup of coffee with my mom. I'm with ya. Grab the coffee. Have a great visit with your mom. Finishing up the shadow cabinet and packing for my weekend trip to Charleston. I hope you have a lovely trip. Hi, Min. On my way home from work, I'll probably be reading The Art of Destiny on audio for a bit. That sounds great. Tennille, how are you? On lunch and working from home this afternoon. The university closed to the weather. Tennille and I live in the same province, so are under the same weather advisory. So that tracks that your university is closed. I was actually surprised they didn't close school today. I guess because it's starting later in the day. I know that they're like doing early dismissal, but I still would have just expected them to close, but they didn't. Hi, Kath. How are you? Going to be reading Percy Jackson's The Lightning Thief. Also hoping to tidy my room. Sounds good. Dungeon Crawler Carl 4 on audio and build a Lego set. I would love to get into building Lego. It looks so fun and relaxing. Hi, Alicia. The intro music got me. I'm sorry. Was it a jump scare? I do apologize. Was budgeting and it started playing and made me jump. Hi, Stacy, working on Lady of Shadows. starting Teller of Small Fortunes today. Hi, Vanessa. How are you? Hi, Alex. Going to be editing some videos. I feel like, Alex, you have videos every Thursday. Like Thursday is your editing time, and I'm just always here to like support you in that. And I'm not mad about that. Bree's here. Supposed to be getting a winter storm this afternoon. Universal snow day for all of us. Lovely. I wouldn't mind if it was just snow. It's the freezing rain that I'm not thrilled about. Hi, Jay. Currently setting up an online shop while I listen to A Language of Dragons. Want to finish Beautiful Ugly and The Favorites and finish the book for a blog post. The Favorites has been read by a lot of people I know lately. Honestly, I don't know who liked it and who didn't, but I've been seeing it floating around in sprints and also just like in group messages of people reading this. Filmed a mystery book box unboxing video, took medicine for my cold, and hoping to get lunch and read some more. It's snowing already here, and it's supposed to switch to freezing rain at some point. What is going on, friends? No, we don't want that. No. I don't want it either, Stacy. Like maybe we'll just all collectively wish the freezing rain away for us all. No, we don't want power outages. Like, I don't want it. I do have a generator, so like it's not disastrous if we have a power outage, but like also setting up a generator is like so much extra work. That is just so much easier just to have it just stay on. Just keep it on. How about 2 hours of Storm and Sorrow, the second Legacies book, and then I'm reading First Time Caller. I need to go to the bookstore. I need to go to the bookstore for this book and also for Deep End. I need both. One, because it's a much anticipated read. Well, they both are. Both are much anticipated releases, but Dead End is B&K's book club book for next month. So like I need to own it. And I also really need to read First Time Caller. So I need to go to the bookstore this weekend, potentially. I go to the bookstore. In a wind advisory, and there's a storm going on. Hoping I don't lose power, friends. We're all in the same boat. After I do some things, if I have time, I'll listen to a chapter of Fortune's Fool or The Goblin's Emperor before lunch is over. Sounds good. At least it's not next weekend when I'm in New York City, right? Like, at least it's while you're home. You don't have anywhere you have to be. Working on a booktube tag to film later. That's fun. Excited to watch it. Speaking of things, I know I mentioned my vlog, but for those who aren't following me on TikTok, I recently started a TikTok, so it would make sense that you're not following me there. It's a fairly new thing. But I'm really trying to put out some new content that isn't over here on YouTube so that it is different for those that are following in both places. So I just started a new series, like literally right before I came on, I started a new TikTok series called the DNF Diaries. So if you want to know all my opinions about the books that I'll be DNFing, that's going to be over there unless they're in vlogs. If they're in vlogs, obviously they'll also be here. But lately, I've been DNFing books that aren't in vlogs lately. It's happened 4 times this year already. And honestly, the one I posted about today is a much anticipated release, or not much anticipated release. It's a very popular book. Here we are. Hi, Michaela. Listening to Legendborn at work today. I really like that series. Yeah, the radio said the afternoon commute will be messy with slushy rain snow mix. That is literally the worst. Like rain on the back of snow and then it becomes slush, and slush is so icy. Are you working from home today, Brie? I don't know if you already told me. Yes, I'm down for wishing it away. My husband plows and sands, and most of the time I don't worry about him, but when the weather is really nasty, I hate having him out there driving. Absolutely. It's not fun to be out in the winter weather. Finished an education in Malice and now need to find a new book to read. Jill, do you have options? Hi, Sir Vasha, at work today. Not sure what I'll be reading. No worries. If you need help picking, we can help you pick. Hi, Claire. An hour left of work, but I've started Boys in the Valley, which is a horror. I was going to say, I don't know what this book is. And then when I got to the word horror, I was like, that's why I don't know. Getting in my horror era this year. I don't know if I will ever have a horror era, but I'm glad that you are, because that sounds like a fun time. I just don't know if it will ever happen for me. Hi, Bethany. You're not in meetings. I'm so happy for you because I know lately, every time I've seen you in sprints, you're like popping in because you have so many meetings. You've been so busy. follow, but I don't have a TikTok. That's okay. I'm just letting everyone know that if you do want to follow me over there, there's some stuff. If it's some of it will go on to Instagram. The problem is that some of these new things, such as the DNF Diaries, is too long for Instagram because they only let you put a minute and a half. And the video is longer than a minute and a half. And they won't let me put it on Instagram. Really, Instagram needs to fix that problem. You don't, Vanessa. I haven't filmed that one yet. I DNF 3 books this week. So I started, well, one was last week and 2 were this week. So this is the one from last week. So that one will be getting filmed. I just didn't want to put out 3 episodes of the DNF Diaries in like 2 days, you know? No, I'm at the office, but if the weather gets bad, I can go home early. That's good. Hi, Ro. Super excited to finish the Throw to Glass tandem read and get to work on my library haul. The library is crushing me in books, and I'm having a hard time reading so much. Isn't it always that our holds all come in at the same time? Have to travel to Cleveland today through the slurry mix. Oh no, Quinny, please drive safely. 4-hour drive, probably turning into 6. Yeah, take your time, drive safe. Hi, Nicole, editing a video and then reading all day. Nice. What are you reading? Oh, please do. I would love to be able to put these things on Instagram because, I mean, if I'm making them, I might as well put them in both places. Or filming a video, you know? Sometimes we have to do that too. I have to film a video, but it's not happening today. I was like, no, I don't want to. Don't want to. Don't have much in the way of Instagram. My phone is super old. It doesn't do well with apps. That makes sense. Use desktop for most things. That makes sense. Okay, friends, we are going to star that last comment because we are at the end and jump into our reading. I'm very excited to read this and just devour this today. I really hope it's good because if it's not good, I'm going to be sad, frankly. So hopefully it's good. And I will see you in an hour. Hello, friends. How did your sprint go? Let me just take my headphones out and I will let you know how much I read. I got to page 55 of The Air. And yeah, I mean, I started during that sprint, so 55 pages in an hour. I'm not mad about that. It reads quite quickly, though. And I am immersion reading this. I don't know what percentage it is because I'm using Scribd and I can like exit out to find it, but it's not easily found. So we're just going to go with page numbers for today. That's what we're going to do. That was really all I did. Honestly, I didn't do much in that sprint other than just sit here and read. And I'm not mad about that life because I'm highly anticipating reading this book. Let me scroll up because I know we had some new friends join us during that sprint. Tony, how are you? Having a very cold day in England. Looking forward to sprinting with you all. We're so glad that you're here. My aim is to finish my current read on page 225 of 364. Hi, Swank. My appointment got canceled, so I get to join sprints. Well, I'm glad to have you here. Hi, Jean. Can't wait till lunch so I can read my book, Role Playing. This is on my Kindle, so someday I will get to this book. Someday. When? Who knows? It could be next week. Like, that's my whole TBR is like that. Like, I'll be like, oh, that's been sitting there, or oh, I have that, and I have no plans on reading it. And then, like, next week I could be reading it. Think I would really enjoy it. I do. I think so too. I think I will really enjoy it when I get to it. It's on my Kindle TBR. My Kindle TBR is massive. Massive. As soon as I finish the project I'm currently reading for, which has this book in it and potentially one more, it will depend on how long the vlog is when I'm done this book. I'm going to start my second episode of Read It or Delete It, which is obviously my Kindle TBR. So hopefully maybe at some point that one will come up. Have a good meeting, Bree. Hi, Tuesday. Reading Wormwood Abbey. Reading Stone Cold and 34% in. Hi, Jen. Hope you're all doing well and staying safe in whatever weather you're having. Seriously, we're all in storms and I don't even know. It started to snow here. It's very light. It's like just like light snowflakes falling, very picturesque. But it's going to change over the course of the day. Snowing here in Portland, not something we get often, and hopefully will really be a one-day event before we return to regular temps above freezing and not descend into an ice event. We're having an ice event today. I'm hoping I don't get it here on the coast, which is possible that I don't. Living close to the ocean does tend to sometimes keep the bad weather at bay, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm in a weather warning regardless. 29 Fahrenheit. I know that's very, very cold. What that is in comparison to me, let's find out. So I am currently, that's not too bad. It's supposed to get a lot colder later, but it's only -3 Celsius. So let me look at what that is to Fahrenheit. That was not helpful. I definitely did that in the wrong spot. -2 Fahrenheit. 26 degrees. So basically the same. Same. It's gold. Hi, Kathy. Had a late start to my day and just finished Left to Run by Blake Pierce. Nice. Did a lot of morning things and colored on my app. Next sprint, hopefully I'll get to read and not get distracted. It's raining hard. There was productive starting sprint. Exactly. These are for reading and productivity. They can be for rest, whatever you need. Finished a book. Yes. Was it good? Did you like it? Got to page 68 of Flawless by Elsie Silver. Hi, Livia. How are you? Got to page 31 in The Obelisk Gate. This one is also a part of the N.K. Jemisin, the fifth season series, right? Someone else was reading the other book, The Stone Sky. If I'm correct, I'm pretty sure. 69% in and trying to decide what I want to draw and paint. Read one chapter and then breaked to eat something. Nice. Got to 38% of The Art of Destiny, about 5% read today. Had a nice long chat with my mom and had dinner. That sounds lovely. What'd you have for dinner? Posted on IG and got to 70% of my book. Need to have lunch now. I had lunch right before sprint started. Like I had a really quick lunch right before. So at some point I'll have dinner, which I don't know what we're going to do for dinner, but it'll be leftovers or something really easy to grab, I'm sure. Mostly just scrolling through Pinterest. It's a whole problem, maybe. Scrolling is rest. That's what I always say. Scrolling is rest. It's a time for our mind to be mindless. And that's okay. Reading Cursebound. Got the baby lunch and read about 3% of Lady of Shadows. Just made coffee and a to-do list. Going to listen to Raimi Nightingale. Oh, yes, I know. Once I saw the author, I was like, oh, yes, I know what book this is. While I get some work done in the next sprint. Hi, Rachel. Managed to get to page 95 of 308 of Devil May Cry. Nice. Got to page 203 of 385 of All Her Fault. Everyone is getting so much done. Dungeon Crawl. This is like every time I have to try to say this, it is a tongue twister for me. I don't know if it is for other people, but like the double C with the D. Dungeon Crawler Carl is a nice palate cleanser. I'll be moving on to my E-Arc next sprint, Our Infinite Fates. Nice. I need to, at some point, tackle my NetGalley arcs. It's necessary. I have 3 that aren't published, and I am determined to read them in the months they are going to be published. Before they are published, like I am determined to do that, like to get further behind. And then have to tackle the ones that have already come out that are just like sitting on my Kindle and have been sitting on my Kindle for ages. I have one that I have to read next month. It's called, what is it called? Hold on. I have it written down because I had to remind myself that I needed to read it. Where did I write that? Oh, I might have deleted it off here. Oh, no, I have it. I Would Die for You by Sadie. Oh, I don't have the author's name written down. It's a thriller. And I'm quite excited to read it, honestly. Looks really good. Perfect. It's the second one. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's part of that series. Again, I do need to read that series, but like, when will I get to it? Unsure. 35 Fahrenheit, so 2 degrees Celsius here is warmer, but not great. And there's something that's not snow coming down. Oh, no. Oh, is it ice? Again, we're supposed to have freezing rain today too. I don't know what's going on with the world, but we're all getting like snow and ice. And like none of us want the snow and ice. Like none of us want that. Nobody wants it. Like even if you like snow, nobody wants ice falling from the heavens. Like for those that like snow, I'm not that person. I could live my whole life and never see snow again. Maybe that is also because I've grown up in a place where like we get a lot of snow. So I'm not sitting here like, oh, I've never seen snow. Oh, snow is fun. No, I've had my whole life's fill of snow. I could easily live somewhere where there's never any snow. But like nobody wants ice to fall from the sky. Ice falling from the sky is the worst. The worst. Enjoyed Beautiful Ugly, but not a fave. So many 3 stars this month. Oh, isn't that worse than sometimes like hating a book? Like just the 3-star, like just a slew of 3 stars. Writing a blog, and then I'll read Butter. Hi, Grace. How are you? Listening to Nothing to See Here and currently 3% in. Sammy, I'm so excited for you to read Daydream. On Tuesday, when Leandra was reading Daydream on sprints, truly the level of terror that was in my soul. Even though I specifically was like, do not read Icebreaker. If you really, really need to be a part of this conversation, skip right to Daydream. Like I was like, don't. Leandra, don't. I love Icebreaker with all my soul, but I knew Leandra wouldn't like Icebreaker. I feel like Daydream, hopefully, I don't know. But I felt like that was a better option than Icebreaker. But I really hear this because it is my favorite. Like I love Icebreaker with all my heart. You can see my Maple Hill shrine, but truly Daydream is my favorite in the series, which is high praise because I mean Icebreaker I adored. Okay, we only have a couple of comments, so let's just whip through these and then we will get back to our productivity. Only one with beautiful weather here in Florida. I was on a behind the scenes thing with Rainy yesterday, and Rainy was outside in the Floridian weather. And I was here in blankets with snow. And I was like, this is not fair. Taking a day trip north so my kids can play in the snow on Monday. Was supposed to get snow and rain today, but so far it's just fog. Between books right now, finished The Grace of Kings several days ago and loved it. Moved to my nonfiction and DNF that last night at 66%. Do you have options? Lovely here in Arizona too. I feel like that makes sense because that's very like deserty warm. Saw those the beginning of the sprints, then later saw the rest of the live. I was so excited. I just keep me updated on all your thoughts as you're reading it today, Sammy, because truly I'm here for it. Like truly, I'll get my copy down and follow along with you. Like I will because I love this book so much. But with that, the friends, let us dive back in to our productivity, and I will see you in an hour. Hello. I ended up reading again for most of that sprint. That's probably going to be most of today. Although I do think in the next sprint, I'm going to go up and get a cup of coffee because the one that I started the sprint with 2.5 hours ago is long gone. It was half gone when I sat down. So it's time to recaffeinate. I got to page 113 of The Air. I'm almost done chapter 18. And it's reading very quickly, and I'm having a good time. All my thoughts are going to be in the vlog, but I'm having a good time with it. I really am. Obviously, I mean, I read 120 pages or like 115 pages in 2 sprints. So it's reading very quickly. Can I finish this today? Last Thursday, was it last Thursday? Maybe it was the Thursday before last. Last Thursday? I read a whole book on sprints. Will it happen again? I feel like this one's going to be cutting it close, but like it is possible. I mean, what do I have left? How many pages are there in here? 352. It's possible. We'll see. If I don't, that's fine, but like I could, you know? Good morning, Christina. How are you doing? Thank you so much for all these reminders. Hydrate, snack, check the laundry, and totally tell us what the snack is because we are nosy. Right? Anytime someone has food, I'm like, what food? Take your meds, stretch, show some love to the like button. Make sure to subscribe and ring the bell. Thank you so much. Chrissy, this is very exciting. Just got approved for an e-arc of The Irresistible Urge to Fall for Your Enemy, one of the Hermione fanfics getting traditionally published. Nice. Finished the dishes and some laundry, finally getting to sit down and eat lunch and read The Family Experiment by John Mars. Hi, Rainy. How are you? I was talking about you earlier about how you were outside yesterday and I was cold because someone was saying how lovely it was in Florida. And I was like, I witnessed that yesterday through virtual. On my busy teaching day where I teach from 10 to 2, did I finish the favorites earlier? 5 stars. Hoping to actually start my ballroom book, Ocean of Sin and Starlight. That sounds like a romantic book. I hope you enjoy it. Coming down with a cold. Oh no, Hillary, I'm so sorry. My husband went out to get soup for me for my favorite Vietnamese restaurant. It was delicious. That's a good hubby right there. That goes and gets the soup. We approve. Got to 21%, did some diamond painting and chatted with my bestie. I started to diamond painting, must have been last week. And I've got the whole bottom like section done now. Again, with diamond painting, I will either like do one really fast or it will take me months. And they're like the same size. There's no rhyme or reason to it. It just like depends. Read 71 pages of Parable of the Sower and ate lunch. 82% and got some lunch. What did you have? Perfect timing came back just as the bell rang. You timed it perfectly. I love when it just works out that like I finish a chapter right as the timer's going off, or like the little things in life. I just get so pleased by them. Reading through a sprint. Oh no, so glad you're enjoying your book. I mean, I'm having a good time. Had dinner and made it to 75%. Hello, joined in the second that sprint ended. Perfect timing. We still have lots more sprints to go. Also, how are you doing, Elamara? Got to 15% into A Language of Dragons and watched 2 of Aoife's videos. Lovely. We love Aoife. Also, might there be an announcement on this channel on Sunday? I will be scheduling the premiere. I think tomorrow I will schedule that premiere. So you'll get to see the thumbnail tomorrow. But it will be on Sunday that the premiere happens. And might this person Aoife, be a part of that? Might. Read one chapter, Hallie's chapter, her ex. Oh, such a jerk. Will is such a jerk. Such a jerk. Honestly, Will is like the Aaron of Daydream, honestly. Sprint hopped with Bree for Get a Clue sprints. Got to 45% of the Art of Destiny and started knitting, which is a bad idea because my hand hurts for some reason. Oh, I'm sorry, your hand hurts. I haven't ever been able to knit. I used to crochet when I was a teenager and haven't done it in ages. And by like used to crochet, it was like with my grandmother and I could only make like square things. So I certainly didn't know like all the stitches and stuff. So that's the one that I kind of want to get back into. And by back into, learn a lot more than just like the basic straight stitches and do some crocheting. Got my errands done to the grocery store. I won't have to do it tomorrow. I also picked up lunch, Chick-fil-A nuggies, and put them away. I have never had Chick-fil-A. We don't have it in, as far as I know, anywhere in Canada. I know we don't have it on the East Coast, at least. Got to page 251 of 385. You are getting through it. We'll clean as we chat and then read Don Quixote. Finished my arc. Probably give it 3.5 to 3.75 stars, but it's YA. And I think a couple of the things I wasn't crazy about are probably appropriate to the age range. So should I bump it up to a 4? That's a really great question. There was a YA book that I read recently. What book was it? Hold on. Because now that's bothering me that I can't even remember what book it was. But like my main critique of the book was that it was YA. And I was like, well, that's not really a critique because it's a YA book. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a YA book. It's okay that it's YA. What book was it? And I did do exactly what you are saying. Is that no, I didn't. What book was it? Oh, it was what book was this? Oh, it was Ace of Spades. And one of my critiques of the book was that it was YA. And I was like, I can't really be mad that it's YA because it's YA. It's supposed to be YA. Got to page 64 and starting to get into my book. Going to make myself a hot tea because it's cold. Again, I'm going to get coffee in this next one too. Hello, listening to Evil Under the Sun and played some Zelda. 8, put laundry in, made my gala reading list for Realmathon and did some work and more. Nice. I am home for work for a few days because I have a sinus infection. Oh no, Laura, I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better. Hi, Linz. We are currently having an ice storm here. Same. I mean, it hasn't started yet, but we're supposed to have one. So I have all the time to get some reading done today. You know what? Hunker down, stay safe, stay warm. Feeling a wee bit better on the mend, I think. How are you? I'm doing well, Christine. I'm glad that you're on the mend. Made it over. Made an overstuffed salad. So chicken, bacon, cheese, olives. That all sounds amazing. Just a bunch of tasty things to disguise that I'm eating lettuce. Fair, as all salads basically are. The lettuce is just a vessel for the other stuff. Got through the edit of my vlog. Going to make lunch and read the last book for the vlog, Goaltender Interference. What is this book? I need to look this up. Mostly because anytime there's a hockey term, I'm like, is this a hockey book that I will like? Like, is this a hockey romance? It doesn't want to come up. Can you tell me who the author is? Oh, it's right there. It's fine. I can read the rest of the comment. Totally fine. Oh, that looks like a romance, friends. Does anyone know if on the Kindle, if there's a way to show the pages along with the title? Yep, it should just be down. Hold on. Let me pause this really quickly and grab my Kindle. Like down in the corner of your Kindle, there should be a place where the pages are. Although the one currently on my Kindle is going to only have a location versus page numbers because it's an ARC, but it should be down there in the corner. And I think if you just click the corner, or you might have to go into settings to set it so that it has that. Having a rough week, being a woman is very dumb sometimes. Taking tomorrow off to give myself a needed 4-day weekend, though, to take care of a couple of things and do cool photography things. Big hugs. I hope you have a better weekend, and I hope you can recoup and feel better. Just finished the family experiment. Not sure what I'm reading next. Need to check my Libby. Libby does control our TBRs, because sometimes I'm like, what is Libby taking away from me most recently? Like, that's what I need to get to before it takes it. Sprint hopped at 45% through Cursebound and just found out that my washing machine doesn't open. Oh my goodness. It gives me an error message on my display. That is very stressful. I'm so sorry. Anytime an appliance breaks in this house, I'm just like, home ownership sucks. Truly. Had a pretty rough day yesterday teaching. Everyone's having a rough week. We all need to just be here and be together and just read our books and forget about the world. Who's with me? Because really, have you looked outside? It's only February 13th and I'm hard over it. It is hard to teach if I can't stand up. So we also have next week off. So it'll give me time to recover. Oh, I'm glad you have next week off. So you really have like a good like group of like what, 7 to 10 days to feel better. Yeah, just tap the corner and it should give it to you. And like it'll give you different options. Again, it'll tell you like how much time's left in your book. Mine only will do the location on this one because it is an ARC, so it doesn't have like page numbers and isn't formatted really well. But you know, normally it would be page numbers. Libby gives me anxiety all the time. And sometimes I have to remember that it's like okay if a book gets taken from me, especially if I haven't started it yet. Like I can always just put it back on hold, even though I'm like, but I was really excited to read that. Like I need to remember that I can't just put it back on hold and I can wait for it to come back in. And there's a ton of books that I can read. So I try not to stress, but like it does. So I feel this. Right? The world, it's been a long start to the year. It's been a lot. Join you in the stay inside and read, especially with my cold. Everyone is sick this week. And it's that time of the month. Oh, the worst. I know it happens every month, but it's just like, no, I can't do anything. I just want to lay down. Same feels. Not Libby giving me a notification right now as you're talking about it that a book I thought wouldn't come in until March is now available. Literally. And sometimes I'm happy about that. And then sometimes I'm like, no, deliver later. I can't, I wasn't ready for it now. I can't have that right now. This is our emotional support space, friends, because you know, luckily we have booktube and books to escape from the stressful things. But let's dive into another sprint, friends, and I will see you in an hour. Hello, friends. I got to page 160 of the air during that sprint. I am very close to the 50% point. Will I get to the 50% point before we get to the 50% point of these sprints? Possibly. I'll be close. Maybe not, because we're going to chat for a bit too. I'll be very close because I'm at 44% right now, according to Everand. So during this next sprint, I'm going to have to do a vlog update because obviously I have not talked to the vlog except saying I'm reading this book. And now I've read, basically half. So at some point I have to pick up a camera, but I might wait till I get to the 50% point, but that's only going to be like 1 or 2 more chapters. I'll at least finish this chapter and then I'll see where I'm at. Maybe I'll read one more. I'll either do it at the end of this chapter, the end of the next one. And then I'll just keep reading for the rest of the afternoon. It's been very quiet here. There's really nothing going on, which means that I'm getting a lot of reading done. There's not a lot of distractions happening. I also got a coffee, as I said that I would do, because I needed to rejuvenate the energy. And the caffeine does that for me. Let me scroll up here. I know that Krista popped in and said, hi. Hi, Krista. I think you're probably already gone, but thank you so much for popping in. And Michael is also here. Bree is here, popping in to boop the like. Thank you so much, Bree. Heated up some chili and cornbread. Sounds delicious. Got to 54%, thinking about switching to another book, but I have too many choices. Let us know the choices. We can do a little vote if you need a break. I can understand this because even no matter how much I love a book, I do find I rarely will do this, what I'm doing today, and read the same book for the entirety of the day. Because if I'm reading for a long period of time, I just need to break up the story. If that makes sense. I did it a couple weeks ago, though. I read all of Bookshops and Bone Dust on sprints. And now I'll probably read all of this today, truly. Because I don't have another book to read. Got some laundry going, returned to my Lego, and started on Painted Devils. All the Libby chat last time reminded me that I need to get on that. I need to reread Little Thieves. Because when I was watching Leandra and Margaret's sprints on the weekend, I was reading something else while we were sprinting. And everyone was talking about Little Thieves and where they were. And my recollection of Little Thieves is less than I thought it was. Truly, I thought I remembered more, but then they would mention a scene and I would have no recollection. So I cannot go into Painted Devils without rereading Little Thieves. I thought I could. I can't. So I just put it on hold for the audio because I definitely want the audio for the reread. And then I will move on to Painted Devils. Also, if anyone doesn't know, Leandra and Margaret have a read-along leading up to the third book. Got to 287 of 385. You have passed 100 pages left. Had to switch to Inkheart this last sprint because I am buddy reading Flawless. Really wish my friend read faster so I could keep reading. Isn't this the struggle of a buddy read sometimes? Rarely am I at the same pace of my buddy. Every once in a while it'll happen that the world will come together, but either I am the one super ahead or I am the one super behind. It rarely happens that we sync up. Decided to start on Victorian Psycho on page 20 in it so far, but it's a short read. Oh, nice. Vanessa just got back from the gym, caught up on YouTube and drank some tea. Finished my book. Yes, we love to see finished books. This is definitely going on my list of series I need to finish this year if I can get to them all with everything else. I feel this. This is kind of one of the reasons I'm diving into the sequel of this so quickly is any series that I'm starting this year that I love. Obviously, I gave The Spare 5 stars. I want to kind of binge the series. Not necessarily as close as I'm reading these two, because I'm only reading these about a week apart. It just kind of worked out that this worked for the vlog I was doing and what have you. But I want to stay up to date with new series that I'm starting and really be able to talk about them as a whole if I really like them at the end of the year when I'm doing like all the end of the year stats. Obviously, this is for books that I adore, I fell in love with, I absolutely love and want to like finish out the series. Read one chapter and I'm not sure what I did. Sometimes the hours just fly and I'm like, what where did the hour go? 5% left. You will finish that in the next sprint. 25% into nothing to see here. A Henry chapter. Truly. Honestly, with Daydream was shocking to me, truly. I knew I was going to love Daydream because I love Henry. Like, I knew that. I knew I was going to love it. What I did not expect was that I would love Hallie so much and that I would be equally or almost more invested in Hallie than Henry. Could not have foreseen that because my investment in Henry is the toppest of tiers. It is so much. So how could I love Hallie enough, like as much or more? Like I did not foresee that. And that is what happened. And it was shocking. It was really shocking to me how much I loved Hallie. Made progress on my top priority task for work and eating some of Miss Vicky's potato chips. What flavor? I love Miss Vicky's. I do love a good kettle chip anytime though. Like kettle chips are just like the superior chip. Got 15% in butter. Did some laundry, listened to is it Rainy Nightingale, I think? And now organizing my makeup. Also, this is everyone's reminder that if you have forgotten that you are in the middle of laundry, because we all do. The machine goes off and we forget about it. Move it over, pull it out. If you feel like you have the energy to fold it, go ahead. If you are like me and it sits in a basket for days, do you. That's what I do. Bought a ticket for an online history event in March and reached page 151 of Parable of the Sower. Got to 24%, but halfway through that sprint, my oldest came home vomiting. Oh no, Jen. Oh no, not the flu. Or I'm assuming it's the flu. I am so sorry. Oof. Have to spin for a bonus book for Rainy, but nothing has been hitting since Onyx Storm. You were in a book hangover. It does happen when the book is very, very good. A book hangover does exist. This happened to me after I read Dark Oz in January. I did a mood reading vlog right after to fix this because there was a vlog in between that mood reading vlog and when I finished Dark Oz that hit the cutting room floor. No one ever saw that vlog because it was boring. Because I DNF'd every book, every single book, DNF'd them all. It was just one DNF after the other. It was ridiculous. So I was like, this video, like I was no longer having fun making the video. Because I hated everything. And I'm sure some of it was like the books were not for me, but like I had just come off a 5-star. So to be just riddled with a ton of DNFs, like I understand this because it was sad. Read 30 pages of The Shadow of What Was Lost by James Islington. I need to read it, James Islington. I need to read it. I really want to read The Will of the Many because I do think that's the one that I will like the most. But honestly, I think I would like this series too. So like, I need to get to them. It's an author that I really need to read. Lost at what to read next. Maybe a reread, Laura, would be nice. Like a book that you know is going to hit. Or like something kind of maybe even cozy. Oh, we have options. Okay. Percy Jackson and the Sea of Monsters, A Natural History of Dragons and the Doll Makers. Okay. Everyone vote in the comments, but I am going to place my vote for A Natural History of Dragons because I have been seeing quite a few of my friends did a buddy read for this and I heard fantastic things. And it was already on my TBR, but it moved it up my TBR significantly. So that's the one I'm going to vote for. But again, friends, let's do it in the comments. And at the start of this next sprint, I'll like do a little tally of everybody's votes. Started working on my video editing, time-lapsed 6 of 31 clips of my Lego build. This is going to take me a while. I have to go pick up the kids, then get back to editing. Have a safe trip. My comments were the weirdest of things. Friends. You made it back, Rainy. I'm just going to pause this and do a quick getting us to the voting, and then we will jump back in. You made it. Reading Oceans of Sin and Starlight. Just plain sea salt. I'm okay with that. Like a nice salty chip. Love. Not a big fan of potato chip flavors. That's fair. That's fair. There are a few that I really, really like, but like I like the classics. I don't like the new ones. Like in Canada, we've got some weird flavors, like roast chicken and stuff. But like I do love a good salt and vinegar chip. Sour cream and onions, pretty good. Barbecue. Got the baby down for a nap and watch some YouTube. No problem. We will always have the laundry reminders here because we need them. I need them. We all need them. I know, Rainy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It wasn't your favorite. The favorites might, but the favorites might. I love that so much. I know. I own it. It's literally right there. It's right there. I own it. I need to read it. I totally do. Okay, friends, I'm going to star the comments there and then I'm going to count the votes and I will put your winner in the chat while we get back to our productivity. And I will see you in an hour. I did my vlog update, so I did get past the 50% point of the book, and did my vlog update during that sprint. And then I did read a little bit more, and I got to page 190. So we are making some progress. In this next one, I know that I'm going to go upstairs and eat dinner because dinner arrived. My family went and got it on their way here. So much appreciated. So I have some sort of burrito rice bowl, which is basically what I like to eat all the time. Like if I'm getting takeout, it's probably some sort of rice burrito bowl situation. So I have no idea what kind. Don't really care. They're all delicious. So I'm going to go eat that during this next sprint because it will be 5 o'clock by the time that happens. And we eat early here because of kids. That's what happens. So that will be in the next sprint. I will probably read while I eat that, but maybe not. Who knows? I probably will though, because I'll just have headphones in as one does. So let me scroll up because I know we had a few friends join us. Hello, Katie. How are you? And Lexi, I love that you can pop in sometimes on Thursdays now. It makes me so happy to see you home early from work again today. Swank had to take a break from Stone Blind. Didn't realize how long it was. Plus, the Greek names are starting to run together. So I'm starting Carousels and Characters. It's a magical mystery book club book. Nice. Hi, Sadia. How are you? Jen, that's totally fine. It happens. The nice thing with 8-hour sprints is that you can just like pop in and out whenever you can. And yes, A Natural History of Dragons was the clear winner. It was by far the winner. There was a couple of votes for Percy Jackson, but overall, we all were saying The Natural History of Dragons. And I'm so glad that you also enjoyed this book because I've recently been hearing a lot of fabulous things about this book. Got to page 327 of 385, made it to page 70. Going to try and read Water Moon and see how I feel. I've been seeing this everywhere and I've only been seeing fabulous things. It's been added to my TBR for at some point in the future. Tennille is off work. Are you still having to get home or are you home? Because please drive safe. I don't know what it's like outside too much. It doesn't look too bad here, but I know that there were ice pellets happening at a time. Just have to read a book, mostly one color, so I have tons of options. I want to read, but somehow I'm not in the mood for any of my current reads. I'm lucky. I sometimes am really lucky that I'm not a huge mood reader. Like I actually really like a TBR and can stick to a TBR really well because I think it would be stressful to be a mood reader because truly if I read with my mood, I would start so many books because my mood changes so much. I would start so many books. But like you know what? Start another book because here's the thing, Tennille. Here's the thing is reading is supposed to be fun. And if you're not in the mood for one of the ones you're reading, then there's no reason not to start another one other than to like not have too many. But like, what is too many? Too many is subjective to the person because too many to me is a certain number. But like, I'm just going to use Rainy as an example. Too many to Rainy is a whole different number than any that I would have. Read 5% that time. Things are getting very interesting and I'm enjoying this much more than the first book. That's awesome. Decided what I wanted to draw on my sketchbook cover and made a huge mess in the kitchen. All I wanted was cream in my coffee, not to clean it off all the available surfaces. Truly. Relatable though, honestly, because there is at least one time a week where I spill something and I have to clean it up. Nearly 30% into A Language of Dragons. Another laundry reminder, friends. If you missed the last laundry reminder, here's another one. Or also, realistically, if you even moved stuff at the last laundry reminder and filled a machine, it's probably time to move it again. So here we go. Ended up not reading much this sprint, but I'm about to get ready for bed and continue reading for a little bit. A Natural History of Dragons starts very promisingly. Oh, good. It sounds like we voted well. Got to page 132 of Teller of Small Fortunes. Almost got this work thing done to completion for now. Also took my husband to get his car from the mechanic. Nice. About an hour into Painted Devils, finished my Lego and made progress on my laundry, deciding what to do next. Have a whole evening to squeeze in some reading, though. Community center activities canceled because of the weather. I hope we can keep the power. Same. I know the storm for me is only going to last another 3 hours. And honestly, it doesn't even feel like it's really started here yet. So again, I'm near the coast, so we might not get as much of it, which is a blessing sometimes, living near the water. So if I can get through the next 3 hours, I'm probably fine, which means like if I get to the end of the sprints, Bones will be fine for the live stream. So yeah, hopefully we keep the power. Knock on all the wood. There we go. Watched a bit of YouTube and read 19 pages. Sprint Huff with Brie and Vanessa. My mom and I talked a while. Nope. Oh, we've hit the point where I can't read comments. It's fine. My mom and I talked for a while. We're moving, but it's going to be me first. Oh, my sister is already going to the new place. So I'm going next. And then later, my mom and my brother. Okay. So like kind of everybody's moving at different times. So we talked about plans. Got you. Oh, moving can be a lot, but I feel like that's kind of like a nice way to do it, like in stages, if you can get away with it. Everyone got sent home at 1 from work, but I was working from home today anyway. Oh, that's right, Tennille. I knew that. You mentioned that at the start of the sprints. My brain completely forgot that because you did tell me that at the start of sprints. Decided on my next book, Legends and Lattes. I love that book. It's a fun one. Honestly, that whole series is quite fun. Such a mood reader. It's such a problem with Libby deadlines, truly. No reading, but plans were made. We have a big ice storm last night, had an hour delay start this morning, and then literally half our patients called and canceled. Like I had 9 patients today, and I normally have 25 to 30. Yeah, it happens. It happens because, with the snow, people don't want to venture out, but that's also like annoying for you because now you have to like reschedule all those people. Like I can see it from both sides. It's hard. Legit, I'm often a mood reader, and it's not unheard of for me to have like 30 books I've started and won't give up on. This is the thing. Like that would cause me stress. But like again, there's no right or wrong way to read. Switched fully to rain here and is hovering around freezing. So I think it'll just be slushy right now. I think it's supposed to get colder tonight though and freeze. So it might be like more nasty tomorrow. Hopefully not though. Maybe if they get a lot of like, oh, you said you have to sand, not salt. Because I was about to say if they salted, it might not be too bad, but you can't salt. Been a mood reader is hard sometimes because I think half of my DNFs are just because I wasn't in the mood for the book anymore. That makes sense. Honestly, that's happened to me too sometimes where like I've had to put a book down for, projects or whatever, and just coming back to it. It's not so much that I'm not in the mood for it anymore, but like it's been so long, I'd almost have to restart it. And I'm like, I can't be fussed. Like, unless it's a really good book, but also a really good book I probably wouldn't have put down for this long. So I feel that. Got to 31% and got my kids off the bus. I have a hard time waiting for things for too long, and then I don't want them when they come in. Mood reader here. Just got back from picking up the kids from school. Now time for more editing, homework time, and figuring out dinner. I have time to make a Garibaldi square. Ooh, to eat one, not make one. I was like, wait, this is food. Truly delicious chocolate. Hard to coordinate library systems with mood reading. You did great reading my comment while I beat so many hours. I'm glad you understood what I meant. You know what, Sammy? We've been here for 5 hours. Both of us. Like we're just getting through it. We're all doing our best. 2025 has been a long year. I don't have to reschedule things. That's the scheduling department's problem. True. This is true. Well, at least you don't have to deal with it. 3 hours of overtime. You always have so much overtime. You work so hard, Lexi. But I was expecting them to be no-shows today. A lot of patients are elderly, and the Council on Aging here closed today. They do free transport. hard for, again, like you say, with elderly people, they don't necessarily drive anymore. Also, you like if I was elderly, I certainly would not want to be going out and walking on ice. Like that is just a recipe for disaster. Depends on the town, but our town uses salt mixed with sand. Salt is just more expensive. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it was because wells, because I know some places here we can do salts in some places and we can't in others because obviously well systems you can't do salt. 33% into nothing to see here. Can be loving a book and fall out of the mood, then 6 months later continue when the mood returns, and it can be a 5-star. It's very inconvenient. But you do get it done. It works for you. It's a system that works. And it's a hobby, so there's no right or wrong way to do it. Okay, let me star the comments. I'm going to go eat dinner and we are going to jump back into our next sprint, and I will see you in an hour, friends. friends, we are back. I got dinner. I ate dinner, so that's check. And I also got to page 236 of The Air. So we're just trucking along over here. And honestly, I keep trying to cut it. I was cutting it way too close to finish this chapter. Didn't get it done. I was like, oh, I can finish it. No, not quite. I'm close, but I'm a few paragraphs short, to be honest. That's okay. I'll read, obviously, in the next sprint. It's totally fine. But that's basically all I did. Eat, vlogged a little bit, and read the story. Let me scroll up because I know we had some people join us, and I wasn't marking it because I forgot to. Hi, Brittany. You are not too late. We still have 2 more hours of sprints to go. And welcome. Beatrice, how are you? I feel like I haven't seen you in forever too. I know everyone is so busy right now, so it's so good to see you. Hope you are well. I'm reading Ruthless Vows at the moment, going for a yearly goal of finishing book series. Nice. Hello. I saw that you saw the Bridget Jones movie and highly recommend. Saw it today. That's exciting. Laura has decided to stick with Water Moon. That means it's going fairly well, at least. Moved laundry around and took a shower. Going to get dinner next. Read some more of Goaltender Interference and got to 27%. Finished my workday exactly 2 minutes ago. It is done. Looking forward to a long weekend. I love that it is your Friday today and you are done and are ready for a long weekend. Listened to Painted Devils while I finished my laundry and completed a pair of socks I've been knitting. Listen to the first 34% of Day of the Triffids for not reading for content podcast tomorrow. It's disturbing. Debating if I'll continue or not. Interesting. The only reason I've heard of this book is I had heard of it once prior to Leandra and Danny doing it for a podcast because it was on a list of I don't know if it was on a list of classics or modern classics. I'm not really sure which way it would fall, but I remember seeing it on that list once. And for anyone who doesn't know, Not Reading for Content is Danny and Leandra's podcast. And they do a book every single month and an episode every week based off they read a certain amount of book every week and do a podcast. 60 pages to finish in Cursebound. And we have another finished book, Parable of the Sower. Did you enjoy? Sprint hopped playing trivia at Paula's, did some more time-lapsing, and currently 45 minutes on the first round of time-lapse and still have more clips to add. I can't wait to see it, though. I love watching videos like that are the time-lapses of people building or making something. It is so relaxing to watch that. Got to 371 of 385. Oh my goodness. You should pause me or you'll get it done in the next sprint. That is very close to the end. 95 pages into the shadow of what was lost. Very nice. Amber, how are you today? Listening to Famine. Only a couple chapters left on the audio. Really enjoying this series by, okay, I know this author. I didn't recognize the title. I was about to go, I need to look this up because I didn't recognize this title, but I do recognize the author because they wrote, if I'm thinking correctly, which maybe I'm not, but I think I am, they wrote Bewitched, right? Which is a fantasy romance series. Is this part of that series? I feel like I have so many questions. I remember Rainey mentioning this series to me a long time ago when I wasn't in my fantasy romance era, which here's the thing, friends. Am I in my fantasy romance era? I think I'm as much in my fantasy romance era as I shall ever be. I still think I'm a bit picky about what fantasy romances I like, but I do think I'm enjoying them more. But I do remember Rainey mentioning this to me, and I don't remember if Rainey said, oh, yes, I remember more now. It's in my roll-up rec jar. My top tier patrons get to put a book in my roll-up rec jar, which I'm pointing to If We Were Villains. The jar is behind If We Were Villains. I do realize there's not a jar where I'm pointing. It's behind this book. So all my top tier patrons can put one in. Rainy put in Bewitched. That's what I'm thinking of. Have the series by Lauren Thrassa on my TBR. I do too, if it ever comes out of the jar, which I'm assuming it will at some point come out of the jar. I'm actually about to do an exclusive vlog for my patrons reading one of the books out of this jar because I'm reading it next week. And I knew it was in the jar, so I dug it out because one of them put it in there. And I was like, you know what? Let's do a reading vlog reading this book. It's a fantasy romance book. We'll see how it goes. Did enjoy. It was a surprise enjoyment, but enjoyment was had. You know what? I love it. Sometimes those are the best kinds, though, to be honest, because again, I'm going to talk about this series a little bit with the first book. I went into the first book with no expectations for this book. None. Again, this is in my weekly vlog if you want to see it. That just went live yesterday. But this was for a book club. My in-person book club knew nothing about it. Literally zero things. And I was like, you know what? It'll be fun to connect in with a local book club. It's a romance. It can't be like, a romance is a quick read. I can add it to my TBR. And because I went in with no expectations, when it was so good, I was just like shocked. Like I was like this, like I think I enjoyed it even more because I had no expectations. Does that make sense? And obviously, then I ordered the sequel. As one does when they have a surprising, exciting read, you order the sequel. And now here I am reading it. Now this one I did go in with higher expectations because obviously I enjoyed the first. So I went in with expectations. She did write Bewitched, but that's a different series. Okay, this is the Four Horsemen series. Oh, I have heard of the Four Horsemen series too. I did not connect that it was the same author. Again, when it comes to fantasy romance, I'm just dipping my toe in. And even if they're like super, super popular fantasy romance series, I know nothing about them. Like, I'm so out of the loop when it comes to fantasy romance because I'm just so new to wanting the genre and liking the genre and reading the genre. Like, I have no idea what's popular in fantasy romance. I need people to tell me. I've started to follow a lot more fantasy romance creators because I need people to tell me. Like when it comes to epic fantasy, I usually know what's coming out in epic fantasy and in even just regular fantasy, cozy fantasy. Like I know what's coming out and what's exciting in theirs because like I follow a lot of people, I pay attention, I read a lot, so that's all recommended to me and stuff. So I know what's coming out. Same with romance typically, but like fantasy romance, I am a ship who has no direction. And I was reading so many when I was doing the Every Romantasy challenge, but that's over now. And now I'm just like, what am I supposed to be reading in fantasy romance? Again, I'm reading one next week. The one I'm reading next week is going to be, it's on this side. Please hold. It's this one. I'm finally going to be reading A Fate Inked in Blood. I might as well just take it off the shelf because I'm literally starting this on Sunday. And I have to message the people I'm buddy reading it with like tomorrow to make sure we're still on task to read this book. I have high hopes for this as it's mythology based. And I have heard that, what was I going to say? That it's very political. My brain stopped working mid-sentence. It's fine. I've heard that it's political. So I really need to read this because the second book is coming out imminently. I don't know when the second book comes out, but it's soon. It could be any day now, honestly. I'm not sure. I think it might be March. Like it's very soon that the next book comes out. And I need to know whether I need the matching sprayed edges. So I need to read it to find out if I do. So that's gonna happen. I think I'll read Dorothy B. Hughes' Dread Journey. If it doesn't grab me at the start, I have some classic sci-fis that I will try. Ooh, that's fun. I hope you have fun trying both of those. I'm going to start that comment though, because that is going to be the last comment that we currently have. And let's dive into our next sprint. I will see you in an hour. Hi, friends. I did not get as much reading done during that sprint as I was expecting. I noticed that tickets for the tour of the Broadway Chicago went on sale, and they're coming here to my town, and I needed to acquire those tickets. So I was dealing with that and getting that all figured out and stuff. I did read a little bit, but that was mostly what I was doing, trying to figure out how many tickets I needed, because obviously people are coming and we just wanted to like get all the tickets together. So I was like, okay, let's just get this sorted. So anyway, that's dealt with. I did read a little bit though, and I did get to page 250. So I'm definitely not going to finish during these sprints because obviously was derailed. But that's okay. I'll finish it probably tomorrow. I can't see why it wouldn't be tomorrow. I saw this and this sounds amazing. Warm apple pie with whipped cream. That's like perfect. The perfect end of the day dessert. Finished a book, 4 stars. Good night. Thanks so much for hanging out. I am still here. I'm still here for another 45 minutes ish. I mean, I have to be at Bones in 45 minutes. So like as close to that as I can still bop over to Bones. Which we're starting season 5 tonight, friends, on Bones. And I'm sure there are great episodes in season 5. Like I am sure there are. I just hate the ending of season 5. So I never rewatch season 5. So I can't think of what any of them are. Got to 30%. Enjoying Water Moon more than I thought I would. Oh, I'm so glad because I know you've had like a string of like books that just were not hitting after Onyx Storm. It's been a long day of mostly meetings. I'm so sorry, Bethany. Made it to page 170 of Victorian Psycho. Probably another half hour to finish. Well, luckily, I think that's how long our last sprint's going to be. It will depend on how chatty we get. But we should be able to get in another 30 minutes is what I'm thinking. I'm very excited to go see it in person. Very excited. Last year, we had 2 touring Broadway shows come here. One was Book of Mormon, and the other was Come From Away. Which Come From Away, I mean, we're very close to Newfoundland here, so that kind of felt like, you know, at home musical in some ways. But yeah, they were both the touring Broadway shows. So now Chicago is coming, and if any Broadway shows would like to come here, I will go. Bet your bottom dollar. I'm not missing any. I will be at any of them. Anyone would like to come, I will go. Now there's some that I would be more excited for than others, but like it doesn't matter what comes here. I'm going to go. Making dinner, dino nuggets and carrots. Got supper started. Just finished Queen Charlotte novel. Nice. 6 hours of footage time lapse to 1 hour and 34 rendered. So now I can do it again. You made it for a chatty bit. We'd love to see it. Christina, I know you are so busy. So anytime you can pop in, it is much appreciated. Have fun. You'll need to let us know and how the show was once you've seen it. I definitely will. It's not until like the end of April. I'll probably vlog it, truly. Like not the show, because obviously you can't film the show. But I'm sure I will vlog my experience of going to the show. Just because like that's fun, you know? If there was some way to make it a vlog, I would. But I don't know if there would be a way to make it a vlog. But it will definitely be in a vlog. Went back to reading The Favorites, almost at page 100 and really liking it. Had supper, watched some news, and started a Nancy Drew book. Oh, that is like my childhood Nancy Drew, honestly. I adore Nancy Drew. Got to page 18, or sorry, only 18 pages to finish your book. So close to finish. Oh, chores. I mean, the adulting just getting in the way of us having fun, relaxing times. How rude. It's really not it. Like it's the adulting getting in the way is just not it. Thankfully, audiobooks. But like still. I don't want to do the chores. Lovely reminders, hydrate, snack. Tell us because you're nosy. 100%. Check the laundry, take your meds, stretch, show some love to the like button, and make sure you subscribe and ring that bell. Thank you so much, Christina. It really does help my channel so much. Can't manage to see much in the way of shows, but 20 years ago, I saw Billy Elliot on the West End. Ooh, that's fun. I would love to go to New York and go to Broadway. I really would. I just love Broadway so much, and I love theater so much that, like, I would truly love to do that. Maybe someday I will. But, like, if I was going to go to New York, I would go to a different show every night. So, like, the cost of me going to New York, I would need to save up for a lifetime in order to go, because there's no way I could go to Broadway and just see one Broadway show. Absolutely not. Could not do. I would have to go to multiple, literally every night. It would have to be that way. Made it to page 139 of 604. Linz, what book are you reading that's so chunky? I'm sure you told me and I've forgotten. And I plead being here for 8 hours. That means my not fully at its working capacity any longer. Up to 37% now in Lady of Shadows. Nice. Let me go and quickly change the length of this next sprint because we will not have time to do an hour. We're going to do a final quick 30 and do that next. I just want to set that so it rolls into it here in a second. But yeah, I'm going to probably get set up for Bones because that needs to happen. Oh, I need to send out the reminder email because last week I almost forgot. I did it with like 10 minutes to spare. And I usually send out that reminder email earlier than that. So got to send out the reminder email, got to get set up for Bones. And if I have any time after doing all of that, I will read a little bit more. I should, because that should not take 30 minutes. Surely it will not. But yeah, I'm just excited. Again, not going to knock on all the wood because it could still go out, but the power hasn't gone out yet. So I'm able to be here all day, which is great. So even though it's stormy outside, the weather outside is frightful. The sprints have been so delightful, you know? Clearly, if I'm starting to sing Christmas songs, I have been here too long and my brain is going crazy. So let's just jump into our last sprint and I will see you in 30, friends. Hello, friends. So I finished off my last chapter. I definitely forgot to put up the last sprint banner. Do apologize, friends. I only noticed just now. It's fine. Um, I finished the chapter I was reading, sent out the reminder email, got set up for Bones, and then I just kind of scrolled TikTok as one does at the end of the day. So, yeah, that's pretty much all I did. And yeah, we finished our sprints 8 hours later. I feel like I got a lot done today. I definitely slowed down near the end of the day because I think had I kept up the progress I had at the start of the day, I would have finished this book. My bookmark is in upside down and that's going to drive me crazy. So I'm going to flip that around. But I'll finish this off tomorrow, which is completely and utterly fine. Especially since I'm currently only reading 2 books. Who am I? This one and Hero of Ages, which is very chunky in comparison. But like I'm like 60 some percent through Hero of Ages. Like I'm almost done. Well, almost is a relative term, but I'm past the halfway point for sure. Okay, let me scroll up. And Sammy, I saw this that you have water leakage. And I'm so sorry because that's not fun. Hopefully you can get that all sorted because that is not a fun time. Nicole is off to dinner. Thank you so much for hanging out, Nicole. Waiting on supper to finish pot pies. Ooh, chicken and bacon and cheese. That sounds delicious. Sprint hopping and trying to determine where a cold draft was coming from. Literally, I feel like my house is so cold today. Like it's not that cold outside. Like it's cold. It's in the negatives, but like it's not like -20 or anything like that. And we've had that recently where it's like very much in the negatives. And I just feel like tonight, like the basement is very cold. And I'm like, why? Why? Is it just me? Is it just me mentally feeling cold? Maybe. I don't know. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks. I'm very excited to go watch TV. I always love watching TV after doing 8 hours of reading because my brain is like, you cannot read more. My brain is tired. So it's like ready to take in stories in a different way. Think I was dehydrated yesterday. Yes, water intake. It's so important because the thing is, when we're not drinking enough water, we get more headaches. Like so many things that we don't even think of can be attached to not drinking water are attached to not drinking enough water. I'm horrible for not drinking enough water because I drink it in coffee form and that's not really the same thing. Thank you for hanging out, friends. I'm sure there are more friends sprinting. There are probably even clue sprints. I haven't looked, but Christina is on top of it. Thank you, Christina. Got dinner, played trivia on Paula's sprints, and think I'm done with the time lapsing for today, as the first round will take 4.5 hours to render. Why does it always take so long for the computer to do the things we want it to do? Also, more sprints. Thank you, Christina, for grabbing all those links for me. And thank you. I did have a video go out yesterday that is a weekend vlog of a pretty busy weekend with my patrons. Finished my book. Thanks for the sprints. I hope you enjoyed your book. I will see you all. When am I live next? Thursday, I think. Oh no, Tuesday. Not here though. Tuesday, I will be on Kelsey's channel for B&K book club sprints. And we're going to be reading Out of the Woods. So if you want to come read Out of the Woods with us by Hannah Bottom Young, we will be on Kelsey's channel at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Tuesday. We would love to have you. And then I will be back here on Thursday to do this exact 8 hours all over again. But I'm going to end these here and head off because I do need to move the laptop from here to over by the TV and just kind of get settled before I dive into those. Thank you so much for hanging out with me for 8 hours of reading and productivity and chatting and all the things. And I will see you next Thursday or Tuesday.